Oh, hello, welcome to the Vibe, Liporzian Vibe. My name is Sergey, me and my brother Alexander together we make the game called Liporzian Vibe, and this is the game development stream. Welcome in. So, we are making like the vibe. So, long story short, this is like the sandbox. Basically, with built-in game editor, a lot of customization. You can customize like UI, interface, atmosphere, game rules, and eventually, possibly, create like your own things. The game will be free. And yes, this is just in general how this goes. So, where are we? We are working on version 69. So this is like the main menu, just in general. Oh, I totally forgot about everything. So let's bring some music vibes. Okay. Just to relax a little bit. So this is like the main menu, just in general, like the style of the game. If we go to the main map, you will see like the rest of like the style. So, and in a minute I will tell what was done like since the last stream. So this is it. In general, the style of the game. I'm a little bit cooked. I will tell in a moment why. So yes, fascinating. I'm just like checking on the background my stream overlay and this thing is not lagging. Like last time we have found like the memory leak. Okay. So for example, we can change like the atmosphere, put something like default or maybe something like this, you know, like this. And the UI updates automatically, so we can use like the custom UI or like the custom atmosphere or like the custom UI. The same goes to the atmosphere, so we can like adapt atmosphere accordingly to like the interface, or have our custom one. So these are like the changes. So this was like work on like the last stream, and just in general on the backside. What else? What else? I'm giga cooked. I had like almost no sleep these days. I was making like the experiments. So the first one we got like the overlay, this is like stable, I think so. By the end of the stream we will try to break it, but this thing is stable right now, and let's leave as it is. And I was vibe coding, so yes, I actually tried to vibe code, and this was like the nightmare. You know what, I hate vibe coding. So, on the background, I'm kind of like learning the C++ and I'm making like my own engine to better understand like how the engine works. And now I really do understand the work way better. some nuances like the memory leaks, memory allocation, GPU allocation, this kind of stuff. And yes, everything is kind of like tolerated. So, for example, this is like my engine so far. I don't know, like I spent like what? I've spent like again, I don't know, like maybe couple of weeks like with the Vulkan, and this is it. This is like the engine with like the Vulkan. We render. What was that noise? We render an ape head and the child as sphere. And we have like the light. This moves really fast. Anyway, so this thing. Let me collect myself. So I had a sleep like approximately like 3 hours, something like that. So what we got here? We have like the scale, window scale, the default like Vulkan render, and like the default like mesh render. So I followed like the tutorial vulkan guide.dev. Like I am at the chapter 5, like at the beginning of the 5. So there was like the camera setup. Anyway, so this thing was completed, and the thing about this guide, this uses the system of object-oriented programming system. So it's kind of like in terms of like the modern engines, this thing is now deprecated. So everybody jumps to like the entity component system. So I was just trying to research what are like the open source things, and we got two things, flex and entity. Flex, as far as I was like got the information, is like user friendly, something like that. It has like more functions, more like this and that. So like recommendation use like the flex. And I've tried to use like the flex and integrate this thing. So the integration is quite simple. You just like write some things in CMake and boom, here you go. But after that, like the implementation. So what you see right now, these are like the flex. So I got like my component, flex component. But this thing was done with the help of like the AI, just like regular free AI from the Google. And man, it took me like a couple of days. The rest is like day, night, and losing my mind. So this is it, like the flex component world transform. So I have learned what does this means, like overall that functions, which is like kind of like nice thing actually. So we got like location, rotation, and scale of these things. And basically in the engine this is like wipe coded thing. We have like the dirty flag, we update the matrix when, when these things like changes. So this is it. So like this small chunk of like the code, I have spent like a couple of days with like the AI, and now I can say like I'm the vibe coder in some way. And you know what I really hated? Like my experience in vibe coding is like it's really bad. You know, if you want to do something like tiny, like really tiny, this thing helps you. But in a grand scheme, this is just like the nightmare. AI just cannot comprehend like the structure and see the picture as like in a really big scope, and at some point this loses like the context and starts hallucinate and gives you like the completely non-working like code, and like with its phrase, you know what, oh yes, I'm sorry, you are right, the code is not working. Here I give you 100% guarantee result, like 100% this will work. And you know what? And you know what? This never works. Almost like he's like 100%, 200% like the assurance, and this usually never works. So, and the worst thing, you know, he gives you like the code, finally this works. Again, he assures you this thing is like guarantee works. You go to the AI in the another chat, and you give him this like the code, and he completely obliterates this code and tells you this is like the garbage code, this will never work, this will give you like the performance like losses, and this is not how this should be. So here's the new code. He gives you the new code, you put the new code, and this code does not work. You tell this doesn't work, and the AI tells you, oh yes, I'm sorry, my bad. You're completely right, this code will not work. Here's this 100% guarantee result that this code will work. You get like the code, like copy and paste the code, and the cycle repeats itself. So this goes like endlessly and endlessly and endlessly, and at some point you got like the working code, and you got okay, and you open like the next chat, put like the new code, and AI tells like, you know what, AI tells this code is garbage, so here's the new code, this will be like 100 like percent better, guarantee work, nothing else matters, like so just take it. You put this thing and this doesn't work, and this cycle repeats over and over again, and so this is like the nightmare. So this was like my vibe coding thing. So I'm not sure that this is like this is like real thing to write something like decent with like vibe coding, and people who thinks like AI replace them and all this kind of stuff. So like, what's the point to learn these things? And you know, like now everybody can like open like Google and like type these things, and he will show you, and like what's the point of like my knowledge on all this kind of stuff. So I think you are completely in a wrong state of like thinking. Like I know how to make like the games in UnrealEngine, you know, but I have no idea how to make like the entity system, like Flex, like C++, deep things. And I tried to ask AI, and this thing like completely failed me. So despite the fact that I know like this area, my expertise, this means nothing. in terms of like creating, like working completely in new sphere, in new area, new like this thing. So if you know this thing and you're afraid that AI will kind of like replace you, you are wrong. You know, you probably could use like AI to improve your things, but you still need to have like the experience in this area. So this was like my experience with like vibe coding. I'm devastated. I'm devastated, destroyed, like, oh my god. Like, I literally spent like the days, you know, you see, like, I'm like completely cooked. So again, like, I got like approximately like 3 or 4 hours of sleep before like this stream. So maybe it's not really a good idea to make your own engine after all, even like with the AI. This is just like too much of like work, just too much. Put everything like together. So this works somehow, and I assume like the result what I got for just couple of weeks, this is like the good result, but overall this is like the nightmare. So, and I'm kind of like focusing on like really not the main things. Okay, we're back to the vibe. So we need to fix really critical bugs. This is like fascinating. Like for some reason, I don't know why, but I have play tested this thing and this does not work. So when I start the game, first thing first, like level up. Level up. I have like correct these things like on my screen sizes, like, but on other people's side, this doesn't work. This strings everything like together. Get screen resolution. Interesting. If this thing equal, or if this thing equals 0, let's call up this thing to function. Split the visuals. So maybe something wrong with like ini file overwriting. So if this thing like equals like not 0, we set this thing. So this is like my custom user settings. If they are not like the 0, so they are valid, we use them as the values. So take like local, or maybe like not like that, I don't know. X value, X value, okay. If this thing is 0, get user settings. Get screen resolution. Yes. In theory, this should work. This should work. I'm not able to test it currently, but in theory, this should work. So the next critical bug is like the quest system. So somehow I completely broke the system quest. What next? So yes, I don't know how, but I did this thing. I don't know how, but I did this thing. So let's make the emergency exit from the dialogues, just in case. So if this thing somehow happens during like the gameplay, so we'll be able to exit. Wait, what? Ah. Okay. What next again? Okay. Let's go here. Reset the quest. What's going on with you? Settings. Let me check the settings. You know what? I think I will rewrite the graphics settings. Currently I'm using the game instance and my custom game user settings, graphics settings, and I set like all that fancy stuff, plus the C++ functions, which are available only in the game user settings. But it feels something not quite right with like the parameters. I kind of like the, so I got like the new folder vibe mods, and now I have like the atmosphere interface, config interface, for example, edit, and we got like this structure. So it's really easy to navigate through this stuff. Is show, true, false, blah blah blah. So I'm thinking about like having like all these things like together. So like vibe mods. So we can have like the presets of like the configurations. The vibe atmosphere, for example. Priority to custom atmosphere. So yes, just thinking out loud. So probably I will unbind my like user settings, so we no longer will write anything in any files. Oh yes, follow, like, subscribe with these things. So this is like the new stream overlay thing. So probably I will make the separate config, and we will be able to have like different graphics presets. Graphics. So yes, probably, you know what, we will split, instead of like set as default, down. Yes, 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 yes. This is gonna be awesome to have such a system. So when we go to like audio, we have just like one button set as default, but eventually I want to have like the same thing as like the atmosphere. So like parameters, open preset, save preset. And we will be able to have the presets for the audio. Like not just set as default, but open and save this thing as preset. For example, you have like the preset, for example, when you play on different like devices, something maybe you have like preset when you play when on your like headphones, or maybe the preset when you play on your speakers. So you could name them and switch just like that without using like the memory, something like that, you know, trying to adjust this thing over and over again. You have like everything like the presets for like for example for your custom home play, or for example maybe for your Steam play. The same like as for the graphics. Graphics, resolution, like color efficiency, controls, HUD, everything just like that. So yes, this is gonna be awesome. Well, yes. Where is my... I don't see like my shoes. Home shoes. I only have left shoe, not right. What a mess. What a mess. Anyway, let's wait, what? Ah, yes, I forgot to actually remove these things. So vibe modes, atmosphere, interface. So we need to have like the graphics settings, audio settings, HUD settings, all this kind of stuff. Is this like lagging or what? Like I'm curious. I'm curious just in general to see the overall performance. Now this lags. Interesting. In some way. Just thinking. So I think we should have the coffee with us. So be right back. Load graphics settings. Apply graphics settings. Oh, Root JSON get root folder. So we will be making like this thing. Right, mods. Graphics settings. But you know what? Just in general, making your own engine gives like a really interesting perspective on how things are done and how things works. Yes, it's definitely like gives me like a lot of like interesting insights about this and that stuff. And sometimes I'm thinking like, oh my god, I should not make things like in this way, and you know, I should make like the garbage collector at the very like blueprint actor. But after that I say like, I hope Epic Games they do this thing for me behind the scenes, otherwise this would be like the nightmare for the video card. So sometimes the only solution is to like restart the computer, because this thing stays in the memory of GPU until you reset the PC. So this is how this could be potentially. Anyway, let's continue. We delete the save files. So yes, saved, there will be like save games, so we will have only like save games, like the binary files, and no longer we'll see any of these things. VR settings, all this kind of stuff. The only thing I'm thinking about, how should I organize these things? Like this, or like this. Or should I make like just presets, settings, something like that? I don't know. So here's the problem. If we don't have this thing, so we don't have the current dialog, we need to do something about it. So if we don't have it, we should simply close the dialog. Close. In theory, I just need only this chunk of the code. Dialog manager. So we press like stop dialog, close dialog, close widget. Okay. After that, get phone. Enable camera mode. Wait, what? Client height, character for owner, set to false. Okay. Oh, the critical bug now fixed. Let's just see how this goes further. another bug. So this thing is dialog. So let's create, like, make the function in the parent, like this function will be called in any case if something happens. If something happens, this will be called. But we will fix, like, the cause. But we will leave this thing just in case. Oh, this thing we should call emergency. Emergency dialog exit. Oh, dialog emergency dialog exit. And now everywhere we will, where this thing is, like, possible, for some reason it's not everywhere, dialog dialog. Like, current dialog. So let's go here. So if this thing is valid, emergency. So we clear, by the way, like, all this stuff. I think we should, like, clear this thing. Then no matter what, we will clean them all. Start delay, artificial delay, start. Start artificial delay, display text with delay, start delay, start artificial delay, start display. So yes, we stop any timers. Good. And now this should be everywhere, like that. So get. So if false goes like this, here, this one. If this thing valid, go like this, otherwise emergency exit. This thing as well. Mick says, yo, hello, good to see you as well, man. How are you doing? Is this like morning for you or evening? How are you? For me, it's relatively. I woke up like just couple hours ago. So for me, it's already evening, but I already just woke up. I had just couple of hours of sleep. I was like all these days in vibe coding, you know. Can you believe this thing? Vibe coding. I was vibe coding at the custom own engine. And you know what? I don't like vibe coding. This is like my result. Just about noon. Death and family. I'm in days too. That sounds like a song. Vibe coding. Oh my god. Feel sorry, man. Like. I feel sorry, man. Sorry for your loss. This is tragedy. I'm alright, thanks. You know what? Like, it's from my experience, it's yes, it sucks, but I'm not here to bring you down. In general, this is like, it's okay, like you have shared this thing, and this is like important thing for you, and I really appreciate this thing that you share. And just in general, this is like not okay. Not okay. The death and divorce, like from the partner, these are like, according to like, there is like the graph of like the most painful events for like the brain. These are like the most top, or equally like they are equal. And yes, it's impossible to be okay, all right. It's impossible. I have really, really dark stories about like the death in my family as well. And these things, they are chasing my family till today. So this messed up really, really badly. So overall, like, you're not alone. Just know this thing, you know. And you are allowed, and even this thing, even sometimes you have to, or like must, to perceive, like to live these emotions, you know. I'm here, I'm more like talking from my experience and from like the therapy perspective. the emotions, they are not go anywhere. Like if you're not like the greatest like philosopher, you know the truth and nothing bothers you. But overall, the emotions, they are not going anywhere. If you try to like postpone them, like, oh, doesn't matter, oh, I'm alright, or something like these things, like avoiding the emotions, this is like really temporal solution. They will chase you anyway, like sooner or later. And the most the best thing that will help you is to live through them. This is gonna be really painful, like no magic techniques, technologies, magic words. There are no such things. This is how it goes. This is gonna be painful. The tears, they are coming. The more tears you get out from you, the more relief you will get. This is how this works. I have a bit of Buddhist perspective on it. I do cry when needed. Yes, like this helps. This definitely helps in general to, to gather your mind and to have some sort of like the anchors, like the philosophy, like the Buddhism, like the religion, the philosophy. This really helps to understand and see like this sense. Yes, this is like really the topic that needs fully your attention. Like, it is painful, but when you will be ready, try to dive into this thing, to release the emotions. This is like, from my experience, from the things that I heard in the therapy sessions. Yes, really sorry. Feel sorry for your loss. Try to talk, like with anybody who you will be able to find near with you. Anyone. Yes, The philosophy here helps a lot, you know. Again, I can totally like understand you, and again, like the deaths in our family, this made these things like so badly after that. This literally can break your mind and spirit completely, and you could face really dark phases of this mental things. If you ever need to talk with me, like privately, hit me on Discord. Maybe I could give you some directions. I remember those times. These are like the darkest times, and no one could help me. No one. I was just by my own. And I was thinking and digging a lot of information. Philosophy, psychology, biology, physics. Discussing these things with AI. By the way, yes, I really recommend you to talk with AI about this thing as well. They are really good at this thing currently. And I have found like the answers. They are giving the relief in some way. But these things are for the later, you know. Right now, this is not the priority. So I made the coffee, but I forgot to put the coffee inside of it. So this is like the amount of sleep I have. I just like forget how to make forget how to make the coffee. So anyway, I have fixed like the critical bug with like the dialogue system. Yes, the quest does not work, but in general the dialogue system, like no matter what happens to it, this will work. I mean, like, not, this will not block the player control. This is like a really critical thing. Had to step out and back. I just mean it's okay not to be okay, just not okay to stay there. Yes, again, if you want to talk to me about this thing, like privately, hit me on the Discord. Like, take your time. This is like the really tough thing. Like, this is like really tough thing to walk through. You need you need the time. You need the time. I know this, like, again, like, definitely I cannot feel what feel you, but at some level, this is like really tough. This messed up a lot with me. Crash, 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 crash. So the times, they are changing, but the Unreal is not. Classic crash. Thank you. I was just decided to update a little bit another software, so these messages will be launched and this like kind of stuff. So yes, I hope, not sure, I have found like so far this thing is not lagging. So again, because of like this first, like this was like the first launch, and so far everything works okay. I made like this separate like close button, like this one. So yes, I can customize like the quality of my preview. So I now have like this separate close button, which close everything like according to like how the engines should work. So like agent 258, welcome in, welcome in. How you been? How you been? How is your journey with the game development, with AI, all that kind of stuff. I'm really curious. And yes, I saw you ask about like the current state of like the game. I just realized I messed up really bad, so I'm fixing before like the tomorrow these things. AI, oh boy, lol. Yes, AI. I actually tried vibe coding like literally like these days for the first time. Like, like, I mean like really vibe coding. Like I do this stuff and I have no idea what's going on. And this was like terrible experience. I don't know. Like I think people who thinks that like the professionals, the professionals who thinks that the AI will replace them, they are mistaken. They are in a deep misunderstanding. You know, AI can give you the basics, but overall, this can do nothing. You need to be really good at what you are using it. It took control of Discord for 6 hours, then man in black suits took it away. Now I'm making a website. The Discord, I mean, like the Discord policy, they don't like the automating systems. Like, for example, the thing I have learned just a little bit, maybe this might be useful for you. The Discord not allows to send the messages to like via webhooks very often. Like approximately like only like about 20 times per hour, something like that. Other than in other cases, they will block you. So like I never reached the limit, of course. But this was like, oh, interesting. So yes, Man in Black. Oh, speaking of AI, like we have tracked like the bot, AI bot in the chat. You don't see it, but I see it. Now I'm making a website. Yes, this is like, keep this up. And now it's more than ever really needs to have some sort of like independency, if I say so. Because these giant companies, they are like really, for a reason, of course, for a reason, they have their reasons, and really valid sometimes reasons, but you kind of like needs to have some sort of like backup plan, something like that. Like I decided to learn just a little bit how to make my own engine. This was like my experiment. So I was following the official tutorial, which was unfortunately full of mistakes. Like if you follow the official tutorial, you 100% will not be able to make your own engine. This is like really sad, but this is truth. And oh yes, and I sometimes the AI, why this thing does not work, and he said, oh, this is like author mistake. He got a lot of heat for that thing. So as soon as I reach like the point where I can try to implement like some really cool features for the industry, like the Unreal Engine will implement them in 2 years, but I decided to touch them right now with like vibe coding, and this was horrible experience. I don't like the vibe coding. I prefer to understand what's going on and do the things like by myself. Yes, I'm really glad that you joined. It's been a while. It's been a while. So what was done like this whole time? I'm learning the C++ nowadays, so I'm trying to move my code from the blueprints to C++. So it's getting there. It's getting there. The new Unreal Engine version, and yes, on the background side I was like experimenting with like engines, like making the engine. So again, this is like quick demonstration. So we got like object which moves. Let's pause it. This is like the new entity component system, which will be in Unreal Engine in 2 years. I touched this thing just a little bit. Pretty simple as far as I can get, but still it has like a lot of nuances, in the code. I'm not sure that I made this thing like correctly. Overall, we got like the shader, switch render resolution, change some shader parameters, and change like the window scale. This is like the Vulkan and C++. This was like my experiment. And I have learned a lot. About like how engine works under the hood, and I'm really glad. I will implement my new experience to improve the vibe. Plus some new stream layout. This thing is way more optimized. Still, it has some things to improve, but overall So what am I doing right now? Yeah, I heard new Unreal Engine will not have the blueprints. Yes, yes, this will not have it. This is like one of the reasons why I decided to start learning the C++ in order to not be dependent on the blueprints. So like really slowly, sometimes really fast, I work in C++ and convert the things. I don't know about like, so they introduced like the new programming language diverse. I'm skeptical about it. But this is like just my vibe, because who knows, maybe this is gonna be like the revolution and the best thing that ever happened with the game industry, who knows, but I'm really skeptical. A lot of reasons, just like Epic Games, they had like so many like flops recently, so I'm kind of like worried about them, like in any ways. Like I hope they will be fine, like just in general. But yes, this is like a really big structured deconstruction, I would say. Like they remove the blueprints. Really big deal. Blueprint got me into UnrealEngine. They might remove a lot of users just due to this. Yes, and they are okay with it right now. Not sure, like it's complicated. It's really complicated. I mean, in some way, the indie game developers, this is not the priority for them in any cases anymore. It feels in this way a little bit, just a little bit. The priority is more like film industry, like Disney, all this kind of stuff, and the Fortnite. So they got money from Disney and from Fortnite. They put the Disney assets into the Fortnite, so they want to like kind of like combined and make the Fortnite as a Roblox. So they want to kind of like make each game developer to work for the, I guess, for the Disney, for the Fortnite, to make the games in the Fortnite. So like one giant game, like meta game, like Fortnite, like Roblox, something like that. So this is like what their goal, and in some way they want to get the audience from the Roblox, like currently, I don't know, like the new generation, this generation plays Roblox. This generation probably will, maybe not, maybe will grow up, and they will have some like roads where to go with pass, stick to the Roblox or jump to the UnrealEngine, and I think Sweeney hopes they will choose the UnrealEngine, and that's why they're making like this verse for them, like, yo, we got like something like with Lua Lu. Basically this is like Lua for the Roblox, but more advanced. So join to us. In some way hype train, but I'm not sure. Maybe this is the future, maybe it's like the dead end. And it's a really big problem. So Unity, not an option, because they messed up in the past really badly, and no guarantee that we'll not do these things again. Epic, still like really in a not good state, and it's like too early to make the conclusions about them. But again, like the core game developers, like the core engine developers, they have left like the company. Like the actual people who made this engine, they left the company. So yes, we got like the Tim Sweeney, he's like the founder, he created like just in general this like massive, but as far as I understand, like he was not really like 99% inside of like the engine. There were some like other engineers who made these things. They left the company after these announcements, and they started making their own engine. As for the other engines, the problem with like the C#, it has the problem. It's really not secured code base, and you need to spend a lot of effort to somehow to make these things like secured. Like this happens to any C# language, almost any. Maybe the coolest modern languages, they have the defense, but the overwhelming majority, it has no defense. So the solution is like the C++, the engine that allows you to work in C++. This is like the best option. But again, this is like another black boxes which works somehow. So yes, it's really strange times in terms of like the I guess like I don't know. They're the ones who's like really deep into these things. So yes, you can always stay at like old version of like the engine and don't get any updates and be in some way deprecated, but you still be able to use the blueprints and all this kind of stuff. But or you can always make your own engine, so you will have your own black box, but you understand that this thing like barely works, and but you understand how this works. Man, yeah, big names leaving the company feels like the new gen driving UnrealEngine to profits only. It feels this way. Again, I'm not sure, is this like the bad thing or a good thing, We all stressing a little bit because the neuroplasticity. Our brain does not like the changes, like almost any changes. This is like the big stress and a lot of negative from this. So the solution for this thing is like the philosophy, the Buddhism, like the Stoicism, all this kind of stuff. But still it's not really a pleasant thing. So I've decided, like, person, I have no idea. I still like working with UnrealEngine. I'm just like trying to learn the C++ in order to not be dependent on the blueprints. So if in the new engine there will be like the verse, like this is like confirmed 100%, the C++ will be there. You will be able to call your logic in C++ via verse. So you just like, okay, remove blueprints, I use like the verse, but overall, like the core, the basics, it's there. And it's never gonna leave it, like never gonna break it, like something like that. You will be able to do the same thing. But the downside of this approach is you are forbidden to go into like the Fortnite. I don't know, is this like the good thing or a bad thing? You are not allowed to be part of like the Fortnite universe if you work with the C++, because this is like the security policy of like the Epic Games. If you just work just verse, aka blueprints, you are welcome. Get like the piece of like a cake or something like that. In C++, you still got your own like completely independent project. So like so far the solution, yes. At least this is like my solution. I learned the C++. And just as a bonus, I also learned how the engine works. And in some way I'm making my own engine like as a hobby, but who knows, maybe this will be useful in any way someday in the future. But this takes like the decades to make, I don't know. So yes, this is like the Vulkan and the C++ from scratch. If Epic would do any crazy things in the future in 10 years, we will be ready. We will be ready. Unreal Engine stopped all their grants for making new games. Oh, I had no idea. They don't give away project money anymore. Yeah. So they fired like 1,000 people. I guess they need money. But blueprints are so fast and visual. I feel like they are regressing. Yes, indeed. Like this is like really designer friendly tool. I love it. I really enjoy using the blueprints. Guarantee. And it's, yes, fast enough. This thing is fast enough. 100%. I would so, yes. This is like this thing is really fast. Okay, just be right back in a moment. Yeah, but the blueprints and actually C++ is fast as well. The only thing you need to have like the SSD. Like all this time I was working like on HDD, and when I jumped to C++, in order to change just like one like parameter, one value, one like letter, I had to spend like from 30 to 60 minutes to compile the code. This was like the nightmare. Yes, 30 to 60 minutes. This was like oh my god. So as soon as I installed the SSD, now the speed is almost like the blueprints, like fast, slow, but still like fast. But yes, it's the blueprints, they are like really useful and comfortable. Fast to code prototype, yes. Really fast, you can do a lot of prototyping. This is like definitely like a big split. Many developers will go to Godot. They are like some way like cut off like a lot of developers. Like I don't know, like. But again, like AI works really bad as far as I can understand with blueprints in this area of like AI. They want to adapt the blueprints to just pure text language. And it costs a lot of money to store the blueprints in clouds. I was staying on Unreal 5.3 so far. Funny enough, mine worked for it. 5.3? I guess yes. But I don't know. You could someday you could jump to 5.8. This is like gonna be like the final version. I finally jumped from 5.6 to 5.8, and from my perspective, like subjective perspective, this runs way faster. And well, yes, 5.8, this is gonna be like the last version of like the engine, so you don't have to like worry about any updates anymore. We will see. We will see. Anyway, so there are alternatives. Like there is like the engine that uses like the Rust. There is like the language that has like almost like the Unreal. It's like visually it's just like the Unreal Engine, but this works completely on EKS and it's open source, so you can jump in. You can also use the Godot, and they have like the plugins, so you can have like the blueprints. So basically you have like the blueprints and the Godot, still your own engine. Also an option, like the last options is just like for you, like or maybe for me, is to like make your own engine. Use like you have an options to use like one of the tools libraries. First one learn like OpenGL, and the second one is Vulkan. But the difference is like the OpenGL is like a little bit like old API, but this thing like works, and this works like relatively fast, and you can prototype things on it really fast. So if you spend like the evening, if you try to create like your own engine from scratch, only for one evening you will get your first like window and your first like triangle rendered on the screen, and this is gonna be like really easy. So you will actually get your own engine that renders the things. And just following the official like tutorial, like everybody follows this tutorial, you will get like decent working engine. C++, fully yours, and all this kind of stuff. Or you can go to like Vulkan and suffer. Because in order to do the things that OpenGL does, in Vulkan you need to spend like a week, maybe more, just render the one single triangle. Why is that? Because in OpenGL, in some way you just like call function, draw things, and these things, and the OpenGL, okay, here's the thing for you. In Vulkan, you have to write this thing for yourself, by yourself. You know, okay, I want to compile this shader, read this file, take all like these like arrays of like the points, vertices, use them like to build them in this like specific order, and after that put them into like the memory, and after that let's do the same thing but for the vertices, and put this into the memory and combine them like together, and after that let's do like calculate like the material textures and combine them all together, and put this thing to like to the memory of like GPU, and inside of this GPU try to like switch these positions, like these render things like over and over again, and show me the first thing like swap chain, and while you show me the first swap chain, you calculate the next one, and you do this like over and over again, and after that you just like don't forget to like put this thing into like the deletion, like so I draw this thing, but I also put the to the video card. When I press this button close, I should remove this thing from the GPU. So first I created these things, I calculated these things, I put these things, and I render these things, and I need to remove these things from like the renderer, so take away from the video card these things one more time. So this is like overall like the process you need to write by yourself, like manually. And this is like a lot. This is just huge. But it's in some way this is like big disadvantage and advantage at the same time. You have full authority over what's going on with like video card and the data. So this is kind of the bless and the curse. So in theory, if you are the good graphics like programmer, you know the things like really well, you can make things like way more optimized like than the most like modern like engines existing. And this is gonna be like run fast, and like you will get like 3000 frame rates per second on all this kind of stuff. And yes, this is like the advantage of it, but you need to be like giga brain how to make these things. In OpenGL, you just work with black box, you know, you just ask, okay, render me these things, and I don't know how to make this thing do this thing somehow. And all of this stuff, like combine these like buffers, like put this thing to video card, get out from this video card. This like does like the driver, like the OpenGL like by itself. And how this thing works, nobody knows, like, you know. When you got the problems, you just like something like that, you know. But in most cases, this works just perfectly fine, you know. But again, this is just a little bit outdated thing, just a little bit, but still will be with us like for another 100 years at minimum. But the Vulkan is kind of like the future. UnrealEngine works on Vulkan. Godot now, by the way, works on Vulkan. Valve, they works like the source. This works on Vulkan. Actually, the Valve was like the first company who implemented this thing, and they sponsored this thing. So the whole new world. Have you considered building world in VR? I read Outspace is coming back. I imagine it could create an amazing glowy world in there. I mean, aside from Vibe, obviously. I think I would take the, you know, how to say this thing in a more correct way. Yes, the suggestion from you, what would you like to see, than just like, playing other games, because like in some way I have so many things to do, like I barely have the time to play and check other games. So in some way I feel like, okay, I will spend more time like in Vibe to create or maybe fix a feature, something like that. So this is like what I feel. I don't know if is this thing good or bad. I barely like play any games nowadays. Like I love making them, and I played them a lot back then, but nowadays just barely. I hope we can build these things like in the Vibe. So like the Vibe editor, like these things needs to be like reworked, so we could create things like more efficiently, something like that. And so yes, I've been studying like the custom engine, how the custom engine works, and even, you know what, like maybe this is like for the future, but like I already showed you that I have like my blueprints, you know. This is the blueprints inside of like the blueprints, all this kind of stuff. But maybe I will replace this thing with Lua, so my verse language, like the classic language. So you will be able to like create like anything on top of this thing. That alone is very cool. Yes, but there is like the nuance. It's a little bit the nightmare to make them. So they work, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure, like in terms of like, yes, it's a nightmare, but I can do this thing. This is not a problem. But I'm just in the middle of thinking like why you should learn these things, like, you know. The blueprints, they get deprecated, you know. The Epic, they will remove this thing. So this thing will be like useful only inside of like the Vibe. Like applicable to the Vibe only. But if I replace this thing with like Lua, for example, anyone who knows the Lua, they will see like Lua, and that's it. So basically this is it. So anyone, like even like with AI, like I just like give my like documentation, let's say, like what you can do, and you just like says like AI, do me this stuff, like of course like a Vibe coding, and you will be able to create these things. So I'm just like in the state of like thinking again. Since I started like digging the how engine works, I am really thinking in way on the way deeper level. And sometimes I have the questions for the Epic Games, why they made this thing, like why? But this is still like a little bit arrogant from my side, because I barely touch the surface. A game about learning blueprints. Yes. A game about learning blueprints. like the deprecated technologies. So yes, mixes I write the game that you tell, and I will check them like on YouTube, something like that. Overall, I want to make like the system which is independent on like network in some way. So anybody can make their own servers, connect with each other. So in some way, this system should live like without any centralized like source. But this is like the ideal scenario. Again, like I'm a little bit like crazy, and this is not just a typical game. This is like something beyond. So, and this means no guidelines how to do the things. So I invented them on the fly. What am I making right now? I'm just like improving like the visuals. So when you switch like the atmosphere, with the atmosphere you will switch like the UI as well. So like for example this thing, like you see like the color palette. You see the color palette right now. I'm trying to like find the style, I would say, and I think I have found this thing. So the text font hover, this is gonna be like the red, font hover gonna be the pink. I mean like font color, just font color pink. Below this goes to like red and something like deep blue, and I think this is like applicable for the icons. Copy, paste. So there was like during the playtest there was like the comment like when we switch the atmosphere, like AI do not match. This like breaks the aesthetics. So I took this thing into the consideration, and here we are. Here we are. So this is like the purple, I guess, like atmosphere. So if we set this thing to like the morning, for example, now we have like this atmosphere, which is so nice. The only thing I'm thinking about, should I replace this like yellowish color with the pink one? I need to make the experiment. Huh, interesting. Very interesting. I just realized the taste of like the coffee, the Arabica, at the very end, when you just like drink like the last, like the core substance, it has like this bitter taste, and it tastes like the burger. Somehow this tastes like the burger. So maybe this is like super concentrated. Yeah, a lot of organic stuff. Yes, maybe this is like the secret ingredient in burgers. By the way, I've tasted like the vegetarian burgers. They're so good. They're so good and tasty. Like, I don't know, like the spices like they used in order to trick the brain. Oh my god. They did like fantastic job with these things. So the sliders, they have like the red color. So if you go to like audio settings, red color, yes, master, ambience, effects. So yes, just in general, like this is like really complicated. Oh my god, make the game inside of the Unreal Engine and make your custom engine, like, oh my god. This would take like literally a couple of years to make anything just like close to this thing. Man, I love the atmospheres, the interface style. This matched to the atmosphere really, really well. I love it. So yes, we need to work with like the progress bar, like the buttons. Vegetarian burger, just call it a sandwich. Yes. I don't know, like I was like I just tried this thing as experiment. This was tasteful. Not sure about the healthy, because like this soy meat is like really not healthy in big quantity. Oh my god, I love the aesthetic. Look at this, the purple triangles like flying with this atmosphere. So good. So good. Oh my god, so good. Oh yes, I'm so glad. I'm so glad that I'm on the right track. So buttons, switch them again, like button color, button hover color. And let's see. No, this is like too much. We need some sort of like the transparency. Transparency. How much? So let's take the example our day. So 0.7 and 0.9. Okay, let's put everything as 0.7. 7. Point 7. I don't like it. Okay, 0.3 better. How about this thing? Point 6. Mm-hmm. 0.3, 0.6. And they had like the backline as well. So put these things like this, the same color. But this one should be 0.3 actually as well. Point 3 and 0.3. For some reason I decided to make the button 0.6. So it's more seen as like selected. And what was that? 2-tip color. And there was like something like, yes, progress bar. In some way I feel not comfortable just a little bit with like the shadows. Like the white shadow, this makes this thing a little bit hard to read. now it's even harder. I don't know, like this. What if reverse? Well, yes, better. However, like, there's something not quite right now, but it's a better, way better. Yes, I love it. I love it. I love it. And let's copy this stuff to the synth night. So they kind of like really similar to each other, kind of, but still not the similar. So we'll change them eventually, but for now let's not have. For now, no, okay, let's not have them completely like white, something like that. Yes, it feels it. Some way this needs to be changed. Like instead of like the red, like yellow or yellow. Oh, soy products are bad in high quantities here. They messed up with hormones. Yes. The term soy boy was even born from it. Sounds logical. Still have issues making layers in UI in UIs in Unreal. Yes. It will be. You will be there. Don't worry. This thing is like I remember like at the very beginning this was complicated. Right now it's just like just simply unstable. That's it. My advice is to have like you need to have like some sort of like the manager, the array where you will put everything like so you can backtrack the things. This is like think about it. And plus we have somewhere in the chat, maybe of course he's not there online here, but he is making like his own like UI system for the Unreal Engine. So he tired of like this slate of this widget, and he is in the process of making his own like plugin, something like that. Maybe you will be able to contact with him somehow, and could be like the first beta tester. Or keep grinding this thing. Yes, this is how it goes. So let's deal with. Okay, let's adjust a little bit the atmosphere of this one. Just some changes. Yes, this feels different right now. But I don't want to work with UI currently, so let's go and dive deep into like the why this thing does not work, the quests. I assume quest main because I started implementing the C++ back then on the backside, and this is like the only place which can cause these things. So save games, delete. Ah! Misclick, what was that? Yes. Save games. I pressed end, and after that somehow delete game, and I deleted the wrong file. Oh, this is not that case. But still, something here. Something is here. So yes, you see, like I have current state, current state, current state, current state. Maybe this one. Ah, okay, leave it as opened. So I messed up really badly somewhere. It's a bless and a curse to work alone. You have nobody to blame, and it's you will be able to fix this thing 100%. Papa. Welcome. So let's see. Let's see. Wait, what? So I call the despawn. Why? Unfinished state. Interesting. So this is like why this thing breaks. Welcome. Unfinished state. Uh-huh. This is like the reason why. Very expressive. What? What do you mean? So we know why this breaks. Now we need to understand why we call it. The vibe assistant is very expressive. Oh yes. Oh yes. I want to make him more expressive, more of these weird animations. You know what? I have a really nice feeling. I actually do things and I see them works. Yes, not really in the way I want it, but at least I see the progress and this works. You know, in comparison, like the last my couple of days with like this custom engine, you know, you just like write all this stuff and you know and this does not work at all, like, and this will not show you the work. So this all under the hood, it's just like sending the data to the video card. Half of the code you just write send the data, but it's only at the very beginning, as people say. Later they might be like just like call the function, but so far it's like and still this gives you no guarantee. So anyway, very very good start. And now I know that the function to call unfinished somehow calls, like for maybe for no reason. We will track this thing. Download data completed. The final current. And this one. We bind our quest, so this goes like automatically. Our quest binds themselves to the data. So the data update. Glitch storm. Welcome legacy. Unfinished state. Renovation. Yes, each quest. Glitch storm. Welcome legacy. Renovation. Wait, what? Okay, let's do this thing. So update current state. So oyster assistant. Why oyster? Hmm. I kind of understand what's going on. Kind of. And this is like the architecture problem. Hmm. I see the architecture problem here. Big problems. This is like the reason why we got sometimes strutters at the very beginning. So the problem is that despite the fact that I decided, you know what, let's optimize this thing and make the soft references and so on, I put each quest. Yo, hello, Rodrigo. Hello. Welcome. Welcome back. Welcome back. Привет. Привет. Hello. Hello. Gracias for joining. So the problem with my current architecture is I store all the quests inside of like giga structure, and when I change this structure, I call update delegates, and each quest connected to this giga structure. I call update all quests, and basically each quest starts like check itself, like mi should be updated. If not, like my quest is my quest state is like unfinished, and it starts to like load the reference into the memory and tries to download its own data and rearrange its data. So this, despite the fact that everything is like soft references, this goes into the memory anyway. So this is like the problem, actually the problem. I need to split it somehow. So yes, how are you? How is the beginning of the week? Ready to work with your game? Update current state. Okay, let's go. Oyster assistant. Oyster. So this is it. This is like the problem. So Oyster assistant, it tries to. Now I'm trying to change, like to get the Oyster assistant quest, but it's not there yet. So we are wasting like the resources. Next. Welcome. Current state. Current state. Oh my god. Misclick. Yeah, I fixed many bugs yesterday. Yeah, and maybe I'll work on more assets later. Nice. Nice to hear it. Nice. You did a great job. You made the comeback, despite the fact that this was tough and devastating. You come back. Awesome. Misclick. I hate when I misclick and go to the cycles. I mean, not hate, but more like annoyed. Renovation. Boolean NPC is on the game. You. I have to add more animations. Awesome. Awesome. Boolean is in the game. Yeah. This is so cool. This is so cool. Animations. Mix summer or what? Or what? Like you're becoming like the animator. So the true game developer. You already like the music artist, animator, 3D modeler, programmer, marketing, all this kind of stuff. Yes, Mixamo. Back then it was like such Oh my god, this was such a game changer mix, like, oh my god. There was some problems with like the root inside of the Unreal Engine, but this is just like Unreal Engine details. Now I'm just like on the lazy state, working with like the meta human. They just provides you like a ready skin like with all these things. I made animations on Unreal. This is so funny. This is so funny. So like to make the animations Unreal inside of the Unreal. Actually, I also do the animation inside of the Unreal. Like at least like just like small ones. It's really convenient. It's really convenient. So the problem somewhere here. Unreal Engine, they have like really beautiful animation like this graph and IK stuff. Man. Problem. I have to go to buy groceries, seal it. Yes. Be careful. Yes, thank you for... Yes, hydrate. How about the hydrate? Interesting. What about the without the exclamation mark? So I guess this needs to be done like the split. So this works without the comments line. Yes, see you later, Rodrigo. Have a safe trip. Let's add this thing to the... no, I will add this thing. Like, this is just like easy thing to do. In my case, this works just like that. Oh my god, the power of SSD. So, chat commands. Lurk, vibe. And you know what? Now we have the hydrate. Boom. That's it. Interesting. Am I lagging? Like, I'm lagging. I think I'm lagging. Really badly. Interesting. So let's have a check. Let's close safely and see if this thing will work. So this was like saved close. Okay. Let's package this thing. This will take about like a minute or something like that, maybe more. Okay. Okay, completed. Close. Launch. And okay, here we go. We are running around and this feels stable because I closed this thing like correctly. Maybe now we really, I really like that aerial view. Aerial view. Aerial view. Which one? Like, what you mean? Like, so if we type hydrate. Hey, where? Where? What's going on? The hydrate does not work completely at all, just like completely and utterly. Um, ah, from above. Eh, I'm super confused. Oh my god. What? Oh, there is a quite a like yes, like two engines. This suffer just a little bit. I am confused. In the editor, this works. So I restarted this thing. Now this works. What? Wait, what was that? Now this works. What was that? I don't know. Now this works. It looks great. Thank you, thank you. So it seems to me like kind of like stable, you know. We'll see in Gothic. But at least here this is like stable. Very, very stable. Yes, I just like took, I created like the correct exit. I made the correct exit. So we kind of like disconnect from like the streamer bot and we disconnect from like OBS. And after that we call the system Unreal Engine function to close the editor. Not just like manually, like Alt F4, something like that. And now this thing is like stable. Manager. It's great, really. Game is just amazing, pretty. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This inspires me in direction to go the direction. So work with Unreal Engine, not with my custom engine, in order to deliver this thing like more. But at least this was like, this experiment gave me like the interest in understanding how the engine works. And now like we have no lags inside of our stream overlay. Oh my god, so many things here. And yes, like plus this new UI things. So yes, this is like another post process will be some synth roads. Like I love this, like how they combine like with each other. So next time when you change like the interface, like the atmosphere UI will be changed as well. Oh my god, this is like uncomfortable voice. How about that? Yo. And white UI. Oh, this is like pure anime. Vice City, like something like that. Awesome. Oh yes, I definitely feel, by the way, right now the influence of like the coffee. I definitely feel it. Wow, sky looks fabulous. Thank you again, thank you. Yes. Browse. Yes, this is like the day, the daylight. Yes, indeed, this looks fantastic. I realized I do better with caffeine. It's a trick, just a trick, a temporal solution. At least I see it. It's still like in some way the caffeine is, you know, take alone. Well, water is my favorite. Yes, you love the underwater like things, activities. Yes, the caffeine is some sort of like the loan from your body. You know, if you feel like kind of like you cannot do without the caffeine, this means you need to have a rest, you know. The body have like the Unreal Engine they have like the tech depth, but when you need the caffeine to work on, you have the sleep depth. The adenosine amount. Yeah, it's a drug, but it doesn't work, so I need workarounds. Yes, it's complicated, sure, of course, like you have this disease. So if this works, then good, good, good. Who called that? Who called that? The spawn AI. Well, good news. So we have not just a few of them. AI manager, yes. Vibe City. Vibe Assistant. Okay. Unfinished state. AI spawner, Vibe City. Okay. But not okay. Welcome. Unfinished state. Unfinished in welcome. Welcome legacy. Shadow, no. Junior. Shadow. I'm tracking this bug. I think use what works and don't let chemical control your life in general. Yes, Yes, like the last part is like really true. Like you, oh my god, this is like, do not let chemicals to control you, and use what works. That works in some way. From the therapy perspective, this is like how you solve like the neurotic conflicts. If you have like the conflict, you usually cannot pick A or B. And when you get rid of this conflict, when you can pick A or B, pick what works, you know. The only thing, like, again, this is like more philosophy. The only thing I kind of like worry about, like the, I'm not saying like the morale, like the, like, you have an option like easy, pick whatever works. This solution, this option, one option could be easy, and second one could be like hard. And you know, according to like philosophy, you need to pick the hard option very often, because in like long-term perspective, this helps. This helps for like mental health. This helps for like the society structure. So yes, this is like more like philosophy thing, you know. For example, like the gamble. If this works, you could grab like the money from like these companies. Easy solution, yes. But and this works. But according to like philosophy of the Stoicism, you should not pick this option, because this is like against like the like virtue thing, because this deconstruct the social structures, you know. People could be addicted and something like that, so it's like in the long term this is like harmful. So like if somehow like somewhere like the Seneca or Marcus Aurelius, they definitely would call it like, no, we would advise you not to pick this deal, but it's of course up to you. We are not like entitled to tell you what you should do. But the irony, like the Seneca and Marcus Aurelius, they were like ultra rich. But again, they tried to not use the rich. They had like the practice to be like ascets. Like Seneca, he like once per week, or I guess so, once per week, he was traveled to, let's say, like the countryside, let's say in a simple way, and he was lived like a homeless, something like that, just to practice the Stoicism, you know, to be not independent on like the money, the status, something like that. Engineer, I agree. Philosophy is good for everyday life. How? How what? How? Yes, philosophy is good for everyday life. Again, like so far I see like there is like the clear explanation from the psychologist that currently there is like the crisis. There is the crisis in the humanity, like among those who not religious. The religious people, they have their own philosophy, and this works for them, and they, let's say, everything is just fine for them. Those who stands on like different structures, they have like the crisis. because they actually don't have like the base, some sort of like, we already discussed this thing, like, so the philosophy actually could give a person a base, and he will be just fine as the religious person. So yes, it's all about the structures. Yes, the philosophy helps a lot. Ah, it was an earlier question delay. Got it. So yes, so the Marcus Aurelius, he wrote like he is extremely wealthy, but he was not using like his wealth, his like authority, something like that. He was trying to be like the fair to any person, like no matter to like the status. So he was like kind of like free of like the ego, from the ego. But again, it's like really complicated. Like it's easy to speak about the philosophy, about how money does not matter when you have a lot of them. At some point it is true. At some point, you know, there is like the certain threshold where like it's really like after this certain amount of like the money, as far as I heard, like the just common like data, it doesn't matter, do you have like the 1 million or like 1 trillion or like 1 billion, so you cannot like spend more, something like that. This changed like nothing. You still use like the same groceries, like clothes, car, like something like that. But the this creates like just a little bit more problems. The problem with like the chasing like the happiness, like this is like the most common like how to say, like call for the psychologist about like I am not happy, something like that. Oyster assistant, no. Oyster assistant. Ah. So I have found this thing finally. I have found this thing. Why this was not working. Okay. I have found this thing. So this is like, I was adding like the new quest. The new quest is like on the way. And yes, I forgot to disable the dummy functions for this thing. So I copied the original quest for like the welcome legacy, like welcome like to the vibe. I just copied all these functions, you know, in order to like replace them like for the second quest and all this kind of stuff. And I forgot to like delete the dummy these like functions. So basically the next like the new quest is like not finished, and as this thing is not finished, it's kind of like remove everything. And basically this use like the logic of the like the first quest, so this overrides the original quest. So yes, this was like the problem, so of this critical bug. Are you speaking of a happiness quotient kind of a thing. Let me translate this thing to make sure. Yes, I think I hear right. Quote, a happiness quote, like money quote. So like the psychologist says like there is like this certain threshold. You could like get more money, like more, but inside of your mind this change like nothing. If you still like in kind of like a chase, so the problem is somewhere like on the different level. So it's kind of like people who always like chase, like I will get like this amount of like the subs, like, or I will get this amount of like money, like I will get like 100,000, 1 million, like, and they constantly like chasing. And they usually like from the therapy cabinet, usually as soon people got these goals, these milestones, the happiness is not there, still not there. They kind of like they hit somewhere, like they hit the wall, and then now they think, oh, now I need to get like 1,000 likes, 1,000 like subscriber, 1,000 million, and after that there will be like the happiness. And as soon as they get 1,000, they feel like, oh my god, where is this thing? I'm still not happy, like something like that, you know. This is like the problem what they work with, like usually in the therapy cabinets, like dealing with this like trap. The Stoics says the poor man is not the one who has little, the one who has not enough. So they teach us to be happy with what we got. But still, the Stoics, they are coefficient part. Yes, I got it. Quota. Yes,
Quotient.
Quotient. The Stoics, they say that the money is like is a good thing, like preferable thing, but indifferent thing. It's good to have it, but try to not be completely focused on this thing. Yes, I think you hear right. Yes, exactly. I follow. Being a successful stream, being a successful streamer is a very big goal. Supernova. Sorry, I messed up the message. This was like, hi, why is your YouTube so empty? Not even a single person been in this channel since last year. So, hi, I'm finally here. Yay. Supernova Dev. Yo, welcome. You're welcome. Sorry, I was like distracted, I guess so. Well, I guess I'm just like the niche. I'm really niche. First thing first, like thank you for thank you for tracking me like for this whole year. I have like kind of like the explanation about this thing, just a little bit. First, this is like really niche, like programming and all this kind of stuff, plus the synthwave. As far as I know, like this synthwave is like really niche culture thing, like not hype thing. Second is like I think I'm not giving like a lot of like entertainment, you know. People nowadays get used to got like a lot of like dopamine spikes to get pushed like forward and forward, you know, like some sort of reaction, like these like crazy screams, like people in some way they are like expecting, like people nowadays are fried, like literally fried with like overstimulation, and nowadays you need to be more and more like how these people say, like obnoxious, like crazy, like say some weird things, do some weird things, do the provocative things in order to like feel like try to feel your trauma of like in rejection and like this thing like insufficient, like how this thing correctly called, like trying to be like the valid, you know, see me, look at me, all this kind of stuff. And plus you need to compete like with all like these dopamine things. So I am kind of like like not controversial, I'm like on the contrary like side, like on the other side. So this is more like chill. So it's really might, oh wow, this might sound and look boring for like the majority of people. This is like more like philosophy, just slow thinking and reflection, and plus a lot of like mental work, you know, thinking, discussion, self-reflection. So this is like kind of like that stuff content, and this is like who I am in real life. I always do this thing like off stream, on stream, I still like do these things. So I try to be like, you know, authentic in some way, because it's easier to live. It's easier to live when you are as you are. You don't need to like pretend, and after that be in the cabinet of like the therapist says like I don't know who I am, I like people think I'm let's like the fraud, like the scammer, they don't see me the real me, I'm tired to wear a mask. So like this like classic cases in the therapy. So again, like I was thinking a lot about like the happiness. Again, the happiness is in some way in not achievable thing, because how the brain works, because of reinforced back end like arc. So we cannot go like up always, and we cannot go down. So we should be like somewhere in the middle. I constantly say this thing, and this is like, you know, remove the illusion that you could be like giga happy someday. Just stay okay. And the other things that helps a lot when you are true to yourself, when you know yourself, you stick to yourself. You don't need to be pretend to be someone, because on like under the hood, it is like this one called like alter ego, not alter ego, how this thing, the ideal ego, I think this called. We have 3 egos, like true, oh my god, I forgot the actual like names. We have 3 of them. So this is something like we have 3 of them. Oh my god, I need I need to sleep more, because like I guess my memory is overriding like this stuff. I think breathe work meditation helpful. Being yes, like breathe meditation, like basically anything that makes you slow down, like, you know, do not scroll this thing like endlessly, watch the TV shows, all this kind of stuff. So like try to be like more grounded. The meditation also, this is like good thing to do. So yes, we have like 3 egos. Sorry, I forgot somehow like the names and like the structure, how this thing works. But okay, so in ideal scenario, like we should be focused on our true self, like true ego. Usually, most of the time, people chase for like the ideal ego. How we supposed to be? Like we're supposed to be like the successful, rich, tall, like beautiful, like thin, like something like that, you know? Our like kind of ideal self. Or like we should be like always in the companies like this, like cheer, like extrovert guy, but in reality you are kind of like introvert, you know? This like physically cost you a lot of energy to be like this like entertainment like person, and this eventually draws like consume your resources really fast. Yes, there are some people who are like extroverts, and this is like the natural thing for them. They love make these noises, like entertainment is this kind of stuff, and this gives them the energy. Yes, this is their thing, and this is like okay for them to be in this way. But some people, they are just like silent, quiet, and blah blah blah, and this is okay for them to be like this, and this gives them the energy, you know. When you're trying to be not yourself, you usually kind of lose a lot of energy and kind of like you're becoming unhappy in some way. So the best way is to like try to stick to your actual version. This has like the price. Probably you will not like some people think, oh, you are boring, you know, I don't want to communicate with you, something like that. You are too boring, you speak about like philosophy, you know. I have faced this thing like so many times, you know. Or like, oh, you're like game developer, full boring, you know. Something like that. You're speaking about psychology, oh, boring, you know. This is how it goes. So just try to stick to your personal yourself. Do what brings you like happiness. In ideal scenario, this should bring you like the money. And what was like the last thing I would say? Yes, do virtual things. Like the thing you like, the ideal happy scenario is when you do what you love, you're really good at it, and this brings other people like in other people's lives like values. This is like the pure happiness according to like the stoicism, according to like the therapy, all this kind of stuff. So I'm trying to follow this path in some way. I find everything you said made sense. Yes, I'm glad. You weren't speaking to the right folks. Sometimes it takes a while to find your tribe. It is. This is in some way like kind of like the way why I feel like very often alone despite being in the society, because really niche. We already discussed that. Really niche, you know. But thanks to like the internet and like international language, we are able to like communicate and meet each other. Because yes, sometimes some people, they are really like niche and they are like not fit in the global norm. Sometimes this was like my case. Like I tried, like, but yes, people around, they are just different. I'm not saying they are like bad or something wrong, like they are like they're just there. No, they are different, and it's good that they are different. Nothing wrong to be different. And I'm glad that they meet each other, they build their own thing, they do their own thing, and this is like great, great. It's just a little bit sad that like my tribe is not near me, like something like that. So yes, this this will take a while. I assume this will take a while to collect, like, or like to gather like the audience who is like into our thing. I think this will be bigger as soon as there will be like public demo, like everybody can see the vibe, to see what is this, to to think like what's going on here. This is something like weird, but it's really interesting, and I think this should like be a call to other, like, hey, we are here, come and join to us, to our tribe. So let's see. Oh man, too much debugs. Ah. Yes, this will work. This will work right now. But still, I see the problem in my architecture. Oh my god. Yes, despite these things, they need to be on a different like level, but look at this blue thing. Oh yes, works. Yes. So everything was fixed. Currently, like no critical bugs. I started like making the new quest and I totally forgot to disable these things. What I found as an issue in my past project was content. Never enough content. Yes, this is the serious issue. Like inside like my game, this is like the issue, and I'm like trying to put like the bricks on the base to make the content in this game like endless. Like the editor, the programming language, all this kind of stuff, like that's the multiplayer, these things. So I'm trying to build the system that will be really stable. And yes, the multiplayer is kind of like with the editor game changer, but at the same time really a challenge, mental challenge. Yes, awesome, works. So I hope there will be enough of the content. Like so far, like I have a lack of the content. But we're getting there. We're getting there. A little bit distracted on the way, just a little bit. But look at this stuff. This thing is actually works. The extreme overlay, like I had no idea. Like I would like probably would guess and like probably I would find the solution, but now I understand. Like I really understand the internal like thing, how the engine works. So I was able to like dive into like the depths of the engine and fix this thing. So yes, by the way, let's call the VHS. Just a little bit of VHS. Oh yes, like this is like the problem with the games, like about like the content, like lack of the content. This is like really the challenging task. Usually like the sandboxes they solve this task, but not like in complete way. So yes, it's really the engineer, really big engineer task to make the game like with the content. It's really a challenging thing. Usually like the shortest path is to provide the some sort of like the specific the experience. This is how the old school games they were built. They give you like the specific experience. Nowadays games again, like nowadays games are more to like the hormones, more like designed to work with the hormones. This still gives you like the good experience, but in some way this feels like they more like they work on your chemical side of the brain, something like that. I'm not sure, like, is this like the good thing or the bad thing? I don't know. I want to invite you to the beach fire for conversation in VR vibe, if and when possible. Not push. Yes, definitely, for sure, for sure, for sure. Oops, typing skill are failing me. Oh, have you seen my typing skills? At some point I just like it's understandable. This is like the main thing. The rest yeah, is not meta. But still now this thing is meta when you go to C++. Oh, this is so important now, actually, to type everything correctly. One mistake and the code is not working. So, speaking of C++, maybe we can convert the function. So like add more sphere. Atmosphere settings. HUD settings. Okay, so let's create the randomizer. Just one randomizer for something. So we will make one C++, one C++ function. So we create, for example, the water randomizer. So copy, for example, randomizer. We take this thing, graphics settings, randomizers, new function, randomize, void randomize water. Okay. Graphics set. Wait, what? Wait, what? Why graphics? Graphics? Wipe graphics? Atmosphere colors? Oh, this should not be in the graphics. Atmosphere settings. Randomizers. Randomize water. Okay. Atmosphere settings. Randomizers. Copy, for example, this thing. This goes UI atmosphere settings class, and this goes like randomize water, and we get wipe atmosphere, water wipe, underwater watercolor. This one we don't need. Okay, your function library. We cannot get this thing because we need to declare where. Here. No, where? Yes, here. Right. For library. Declare the function. function library, wipe random color. And what are the colors? This is like our first thing. 0.71, 0.71. After that, 0.37, 0.3, 0.7. Max saturation. Alpha channel, yes. What's the alpha channel, for example? Is this affected somehow? Water. Yes, this affects. Okay, we can go from like, I guess, 0.3 to 1. Leave it, sure, the same, 0.3 to 1. Good, now we have the randomize water function, just like that. We just get our giga structure of the atmosphere, substructure water, and the specific color, and we set this thing from the library, randomize this color, and this is our like output value. We put this thing to like here. Boom, that's it. And in our atmosphere, yes, we need to randomize water BP. So where's this thing randomize water? Yes, this is it. So we need to write data to custom atmosphere. Write data to custom atmosphere. Okay, let's try to live building. So yes, there is like the price. Being yourself or be like the popular. And it's really hard to like say like I'm not able to compile this thing because I guess I have something like running in the background, so this happens very often with the engine. So let's see, let's try to compile this thing in this way. It's really hard to say for sure. Is that worth it? Is it not worth it? I don't know. From my experience, every time when I was not myself, I spent just tremendous amount of energy and efforts to put some sort of like the mask, something like that. And eventually I lost all my energy, lost myself, was not really happy. Oh. Let me close this thing. Maybe this is like the case. So no, this is like the problem with my function. So I removed the function. Yes, really stable. This works stable. We have found like the issue. So there is like the problem here, unresolved external symbol, wipe atmosphere settings, set atmosphere colors, wipe atmosphere settings, wipe atmosphere settings, wipe atmosphere settings, E interface color. So this is like the problem. So E interface color. So the quickest solution, this is like for the future. The quickest solution is to get rid of this line, or like complete, like connect the then the thing that I need, like the headers. So let's not make this thing like overcomplicated for now. I need to sleep to be more stable. So overall, the compilation was successful. So I need to add like the header at the top with my like data type, where we will have like this like color, or I mean like enumerator, and that's it. This will work, and build the function itself. Basically, I will create something like similar to like the interface. Like currently, I am like I set them from the blueprints, everything from the blueprints, and this is a lot of macaronis. I don't like it, because if somehow I change something, everything like fell apart. So I want to like, and plus I need to like do the switches all the time, set the category all the time, and this is like just This was worked, but I was harassed. Oh my god, I can do this thing just with one function in C++. Had no, like atmosphere, wait, what? Atmosphere. So randomize water. We can get rid of this stuff. Is this used somewhere? Yes, delete. Where? Here, atmosphere settings. No more randomized water BP, but now we have randomize water CPP. Boom, boom, and after that update all values. That's it. This is it. Let's go and check it. In some way, I hope I will try to do my best to create the this game in some way, so like people who has who have these like character traits to entertain, they will be able to like create like the events inside of the Poison Vibe. This will be like fire. They create like the content, and I just give them more and more tools to do it. So, water, yes, we need to go into the water to see the changes. I totally forgot about the physics. By the way, the water color is like not fit. Okay, water. Randomize. Boom, works. Oh, look at this perfect value. Ah, why I don't see this value? This looks perfect. Like this, like purple. Yo, Depo, hi brother. Hello, привет, Zoshepta, привет, привет. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome in. Glad to see you, glad to see you. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. So the vibe is great. I have slept only 3 hours. In total, like 7 hours for 2 days. Maybe 12 hours in 3 days. But I'm good. I'm good. I was experimenting with like vibe coding and the custom engine. So I don't like vibe coding. So far, this is like my output. Vibe coding, like I mean, like literally, I ask AI to create like the code. He creates this thing. This somehow works. I have no idea why. This works like not a very fancy thing, and I'm like, what's going on here? And he says a bunch of like stuff, and he assures me this will work 100%. Like, yes, bro, trust me, this is like guarantee 100%. I go to the same like chat and give him his own code, and he says, yo brother, this is like garbage. Let's scrap this thing and create the new one. This is gonna be like candy. We do this thing over again. Nothing works. We redo this thing, redo this thing, and after that he says like, this is like the genius code of all time. Use it. I open the next chat. I give his own code to himself, and he says, this is the garbage. No, not at all. Like, we need to create better, new way. And this is like this cycle, and I hate it. I hate vibe coding at this level. Like, oh my god, oh my god. I spent like 3 days like experimenting with this thing. True, true. Like I'm so like every time like I hear from this is 100% guarantee. Sorry, yes, you're right, this is like this not working. I was wrong. I was like doing the like not smart thing, you know. And it was like, at first I was angry, and second I was like, well, am I stoic or am I not? So let's be chill, let's be calm, you know. And I was like, don't you say, yeah, no, this is not working. Really? So yes, like maybe if I would use like all these like paid like AI, this would be like different thing, but I'm not sure. I really not like the experience in vibe coding so far. Like, I prefer to do like by myself, like all this kind of stuff. But still, now I know what does this means, like overloaded function, which is nice, which is nice. This is like really useful thing. So I was experimenting again like with the engine. So this is it. Moving head and moving child. We spent like 3 days making this thing. Oh, like not maybe 3 days, like two days, like for sure. Like so many nuances with this thing. So and plus this is like the flex, the new entity component system, which will be in Unreal in 2 years. But I already checked this thing. And it's kind of nice. It's kind of nice. It's in some way this feels like somehow I came to this like structure like by my own, like I don't know, like it's really convenient to have like the components, you know, the component of health, the component of like AI brain, the component of energy. So if you look at my like characters, for example, like player, main, something like that. Like I have the components everywhere, like armor, health, RAM, movements, AI brain, item manager, like character effects, rows, like all this kind of stuff. In some way, this is like similar thing, but I'm sure this is completely different thing. But it's really convenient to have them like as the components used, like the interfaces, and you will get like so much less of the code and like so much organized these things. So this is like really cool feature. I hope I will be working with this thing in the future. So yes, plus I think I have fixed the memory leak with my Steam stream overlay. This works pretty decent. Again, this is thanks to like digging inside of like the engine. Now I know that this is like really important, like to have 2 states of like the engine, like 3 states of the engine. Create this stuff, draw this stuff, and remove this stuff from the draw. Like the remove stuff is like really important. Otherwise, you will like your video card will not be able to work like properly. And how about you? How about you? So, yes, I was thinking like about the color. For some reason, the color was not updated. The post process. Why the color is white? This is like perfect purple. Oh, let's see. Underwater. Atmosphere. Do you guys have release date for this project? Deadline maybe? Unfortunately, no. I had the plans to like make the public demo really soon, like something like that, blah blah blah, but I guess I'm not really organized, really well organized person. I always postpone the updates, like releases, this kind of stuff, and I always like wants to do this and that and this and that. Like in ideal scenario, I don't want to have like the end release goal. I want to have some sort of like the every week updates. And we had like the agreement with the brothers, so as soon as we will get like the 5th quest ready, so we will add like a couple more AI to the world, we can like kind of like start to make this thing like public. And basically this is like tiny release and just keep work on it. But I started learning the C++, all this kind of stuff, like moving like this release like further and further away. This thing is like way greater right now, of course. But I don't know. What can I say? I don't know. I need to do something about it. And like in some way I'm struggling from like the perfectionism. I see the code and I'm like, oh, I can do this so much better, like people will not get any troubles in the future and they will get these things like under the hood. So I'm like more like very like how this thing like rudiment type of the game developers, the ones who really care about like the performance. Will it be your first game? Of that kind of like scope and public and like continuation, I guess, yes. In general, this is not my first game. I had a lot of games, like long time ago. I had a job as a game developer. And me, like, and the team, in total, we made like about like 40 games. They were games for like VR, like small games, like small experience, basically some sort of like 10 minutes of gameplay for the VR like machines, like, you know, like roller coasters, all this kind of stuff. So like shooting on like the car, like riding the bicycle, wingsuit, like skydiving, like some horrors, some like roller coasters, all this kind of stuff. So a lot of work. So I was like, at some point I was like, it's enough. I don't want to create new games. I want to stick to only one game. And in general, this is not like the first like our big project. Yes, you remember like the Gothic, the Horizon of Darkness, the Fazar, the Leporzin Vibe. I want to stop with the Leporzin Vibe. So, and basically do not make any new games. So this is kind of like the ideal scenario, something like that. But it's a lot of like pressure and responsibility. And I'm kind of like not firmly standing on the ground in the metaphor, if I speak in metaphor way, with the engine, with its future, all this kind of stuff. set parameters, get parameters. Look at this stuff. I don't have the parameter update for the water. Huh. This is another like problem like with like my blueprints. I simply forgot. I simply forgot. Nah. The randomization works, but I simply forgot to make this thing for the water. So yes, I need to create like the category, subcategory, like water. This is what I need to do in blueprints. Now I'm so let's create like C++ functions, so we don't have to do any of these like things. Data types, pipe interface types. Data types, vibe atmosphere types. Yes. So this include goes to like graphics settings. This should be goes before vibe settings graphics generated. This is the rule. This is how it goes inside of the Unreal. Vibe atmosphere types. Rename it. We got. So yes, I started this thing. Underwater color. So I populated the enumerator of all my colors. And now I need to graphics settings. Wait a second, why graphics settings? Why graphics? Why graphics settings? Atmosphere settings. Yes, atmosphere types, this is here. Get random color. This is deprecated function, by the way. By the way. Interface color, no. Atmosphere E atmosphere color, linear color, new color. Good. Boom. 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 Set, not set UI color, set atmosphere color. So set atmosphere colors. So, and we move this thing to here. Good. Good. And let's check how we do this stuff. Switch break. Okay. Switch color. Break. Okay, so we need to do this one. Atmosphere color. What you got? Sunlight color. After that, wipe atmosphere, sun wipe, sunlight color, new color. This thing we don't need. Okay, and basically now I need to populate this thing for everything, for the rest. Sun gradient top, wipe atmosphere, sun wipe, sun gradient top equal new color. Good. Wipe atmosphere, sun wipe, sun gradient middle equal new color. So this is like good practice to write things like correctly. Where did you learn to code? Just by myself. Like in Blueprints, I was just like just following the tutorials, and that's it. At some point, I was like, okay, enough for me. I don't know. No longer needs the tutorials. As for the C++, I just like ask like AI, like, yo, how can I make this switch? And he says like blueprints, and he says this is like this switch. I was like, ah, okay. So, and this is like the structure. Yes, okay. So got it. And basically this is it. So he showed me just like one thing. I'm just like, okay, got it. And after that, I just go and do like my stuff with what I already know. And in actually, this is not so complicated. Like, if you know the, just in general, how engine works, like in Blueprint, skylight. So where is the skylight? Atmosphere wipe. Skylight color equal new. This will definitely help you, like, you know. Should you learn the blueprints if they get rid of them, Epic Games? Yes, definitely you should learn them. Because you understand the structure, just in general, how the engine works, what are like the operators, switch, else, like all this kind of stuff. And basically you can ask like AI how to make this thing, like how to make like the branch, you know. Basically if he will tell you like you can do like if. And again, I am not a big fan of like the vibe coding, as far as you know already. So I prefer like do the stuff by myself. Yes, I asked. He gave me like the answer, and I was like, I'm trying to understand this thing by myself, to be able to do this stuff. Otherwise, anything like does not make sense. And this thing is relatively easy. So I'm just like doing over and over the same thing, almost. So I basically, this thing you just saw, this is just like something like that. This is like the function. We got like atmosphere color, for example, yes. So, okay, switch. I got like this thing, and after that I got get atmosphere. I break it. I get fog, and I break the fog, and I set member of this thing, this one member, and this is it, you know. And this goes like for the rest things. Basically, this is just like one line of like the code in C++. So it's really easy, like nothing really crazy going on here. And in some way I would say like this is like way better, you know. Just look at this stuff. Yes, this is still like the column, but can you imagine what happens here like after that? So this goes like this. You will have like these things. So yes, you can collapse them, sure, but still. And they are not connected, you know. So, and there will be like extra like nodes, connection nodes. So instead of having this thing, I will have this thing. This is like total. Yeah. Boom! This is it. This is like the function to set the colors in C++. So save it all, close it, compile, and connect it. So let's wait just a little bit until this thing goes away from like the RAM. So it should be good built. Good. And yes, the good practice is like, yes, making your own engine in some way gives you like extra knowledge. But it's like totally enough to just work inside of UnrealEngine to understand the C++. But it's in some way really interesting to go beyond the scope. CMake, like blah, all this kind of stuff. ATJK hat. Welcome in, welcome in. Welcome. Zap. Me alive. Yes. Long time no see. How you doing? How you doing? Where you been? Glad you joined. Glad you joined. So what are the things going on around you? What are the goals? Directions? I moved. Ooh, big step. Big step. So it was like your kind of like your desirable move. Yeah, you know, you wanted this thing. I'm back. Yo, hello. Привет, Rodrigo, back. So you probably will have a great dinner. So what will you get for the dinner? Like, I have a classic potato. Yeah, I got my house working right now. Lecture done, internet data on work. The main thing, internet and electrician. That's it. This is enough. This is enough. So don't waste on everything else. So yes. Of course this is a joke, but actually I was living like the stoic before I know about the stoicism. When I moved to my apartment, there was like nothing except electricity, computer, just the mattress and light bulb. This was like enough. I'm just like, I'm living here. This is like enough. Potatoes are good. Yes. And you know what? My favorite part about the potato? I added the fried egg, cheese, and the peppers, like different peppers. Ooh, I love the peppers recently. Before I just used like the salt. Now I just like garlic, like pepper, like something like that. All this kind of stuff. Mwah. New level. Before that I just had the bubble. Now I have like the palm and the sun. Before that I just got the salt. Now I have like the spices. So I'm slowly growing. Someday I will eat vegetables. Place to poop plus place to get internet enough. Yes. By the way, I very often watch like the streams of like another developer. He lives in the woods. He lives in the woods and he made his own house by himself. And he he lived in the house without windows. There was just a hole in the wall, and he was lived like this for a couple of years. He literally lives in the woods, like goats, like I don't know, like goats running around. No walls, something like that. He's just like he has his own vibe, and you know he is one of us, like really obsessed person, and he's making his own engine, by the way. And yes, he has no toilet still. Like he lives he there in his whole house for 14 years, and he has no toilet. He goes just straight to the woods. So yes, if you have internet, electricity, and woods, good to go. I don't know. He feels great. He is happy. He lives his full life. He has no regrets. He's making his own engine. He spends all his time just thinking. He's philosopher. He is philosopher. Yes, but in reality, to be more specific, this is really typical schizoid trait of the character. Will download Unreal again. So yes, Unreal Engine back. Plus, have you heard the news about the Unreal Engine? Exciting news. The Unreal Engine, they will get rid of the blueprints. in new engine. What did I just hear? Code like a bear and shit. Goat. Code like a goat and like a goat. This is the better choice to be. Yes, but I don't know. I love this guy. He's really authentic and he has his own vibe. He streams only on YouTube. He is kind of like he expressed himself. He's kind of like lazy or like not really wants to do like move to Twitch, but maybe he will someday. Like really fascinating person, like really interesting persona. Yes, he's in some way he inspired me like, oh, UnrealEngine, is this like possible? And he proved that this is possible, but you have to be like this, live outside in the woods without the toilet and you will be able to make your own engine. Something like that. And then the second part. Yes. In some way, yes, he is special in his own way. So yes, so many things have changed since the last time. Like yes, UnrealEngine, they get rid of the blueprints. Now I'm learning the C++, and in some way I was inspired to like by this guy to make my own engine, but it's more like hobby to understand how the engines works in order to improve just like my skills, how I work inside of the UnrealEngine, and this works. This works. I got some new improvements, more understanding, and this feels like interesting. Very complicated, but interesting. So, we've successfully compiled. Now we got our C++ function. So we will no longer use like these things, like, you know, you see like this switcher, set, blah, 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 get this code, blah, 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 like all these like endless things. We will have only this thing. So we will have something like this, get this color, set color, set atmosphere colors, color, which one? This one, color, make this thing like public, and the color from our like slider, you know, and that's it. This is all. This is literally all the code, and I don't need to worry ever about like forget this stuff, add this name. Like, yes, if I add new things, I need to go and add them in C++, but overall no need to have like this category split, make this thing like sub-splits, you know, like go like this, all that kind of stuff. So this just call one function and this will do this thing automatically for you. The only thing I just need to like connect this thing. Okay, I'll leave it like this. Connect this thing by just applying. So let's go through this sunlight color. This will be called as sunlight. Yes, sun gradient top. So just connect them. Middle, bottom, sun. This is like float. I don't have the float yet, so we skip. Float. Good, good. It's nice, it's nice. I know, like, I know this is like a little bit like the problem, but I really miss like working, the process of working. Like sometimes I kind of like forced to have a rest. This was like a long time ago. I was forced to have a rest. And after the day or two, I was like crawling the walls like I want to work, I want to work, I want to make this, I want to make that. All this kind of stuff. This is like, I know for 100% this is like a problem from the psychology perspective. But man, this feels so great to go back to like to the work. Fog, yes. Fog, horizon color. Clouds, horizon. Clouds A, clouds B, clouds rim, what else? Underwater, 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 quest palm A, quest palm B, quest text, and the last, where is this thing? Oh, I don't have the last one, the glitch. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, glitch. Button. Glitch. Glitch. Discord randomizer. Glitch. Randomize colors. Put this thing everywhere. Randomize colors. Randomize clouds. I mean like colors. Have one name like text everywhere. Okay, randomize glitch. Randomize glitch. I don't have the glitch randomizer. Oh. Oh. Randomize glitch. Get random color. Wait, what? Get random. Yes, vibe random color. Min, max. I need to pick the min max. Okay. Get vibe atmosphere. Break. Glitches. Break. Set members. Wait, what? Set members like this? Yes. And after that, like update, something like that. Update this thing. Boom. So this is like the blueprint so far. So I have the hybrid. For now, I have the hybrid. Somewhere C++. Get vibe. No. Vibe random. Somewhere I have the C++, somewhere the blueprints. And I combine them together. Randomize glitch. Boom, 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 boom. And the almost last thing, glitch. Click on this button, the category selection. Vertical box glitch. Good, 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 good. Yes, and make this thing as like this parameter as color glitch. Glitch. And yes, glitch. Glitch. Please do not crash. Arr! Thank you. So, everything here. Now we will be able to set, like, just like that, like, set parameters. We'll just call one function, which under the hood on switch set the values that we need. But this will not work because we have the errors. Random color, random color, random color, random color. So we need to get vibe right color. Why I always like get? So this goes like this. At default values 1, 1. Let's do 1, 1, 1, 1. This is like the value for the glitch. Good. And let's walk through these things and replace where they are missing. So yes, 8, sure. 8 as well. 8 as well. 9. Nein. Ja, nein. Du hast mich. Du hast mich. Du hast mich. Du hast mich. Du hast mich gefragt. Du hast mich gefragt. Nicht gesagt. Okay. Got it. Works. Go to like sandbox, Vibe City. I totally forgot. So, I totally forgot about one thing. So, this set works, but we need to get like the get. So last time we haven't seen our water. So now we will make this like quickly, just like that. That's it. And now this will work. So we will see our water value. This is this. Copy the value. Nice. And paste this thing to our atmosphere. I guess this is like synth road. Yes. Yes, synth road. Watercolor, this one. Good. Atmosphere. So sun. Set the colors of the sun. Boom! Works. Sun gradient top. Wait, what? Ah, yes. Wait, what? Strange, weird bug. Now this, it has no such a bug. So something not quite right with this thing. This, why? Yes, there was some sort of problem with like alpha channel. Anyway, this works. Good. Awesome. So the sun, like, no, I mean not sun, this set, completely remove all the set things. And eventually I will replace like these, like get parameters and set by the defaults as well. Okay. I think this could be the good time to call it out. 5 hours. We can watch another Unreal Engine after that. Oh, she's like... No one really online here. Like, almost no one. Oh, visit someone. Oh, visit someone. Oh yes, Giga happy with like the today results. I was kind of worried and sad that after the playtest, like some essential things were broken, and I was like, wait, what? How? This was like this strike. But everything is just fine right now. There will be like the new quest, these C++ things, and yes, awesome. I think tomorrow I can call you. You can play the game. There will be some cool new features. Well, we will see each other on like Friday and Sunday. Friday we'll continue like making the game, of course, game dev. Sunday continue playing the Gothic. We are currently enjoying the Gothic remake. I love this game. I love this game so much. Really, really awesome. Awesome. I don't know, like I will also try to like on the background check this like engine, my custom engine. Maybe I will be like I will find some sort of like more official like documentation. I don't like the vibe coding like so far. I don't know, like this feels like unstable. Yes, I know, like my own code is really unstable in many cases. But man, come on. This thing like feels so really so odd. Channel disconnect. Oh. Okay. And the update will be tomorrow. So let's rate another fellow developer. and we will be see each other really soon, really soon. So again, I hope you will have a decent week, you know. Again, I am really sorry for your loss, mixers, like personally, again. You are not alone. You can contact with someone, with me, with like your friends. This is like really tough thing. I hope you will be fine. But it's okay not to be fine at some point. Yes, hold on. And process this thing in your way. And yes, as far as yes, we all need to remember about these things all the time, and try to enjoy with what we have, and appreciate what we have. This is like so far the best possible skill to learn. Appreciate what we have without like chase. This is like really hard skill to obtain. I don't know who can do these things like just like that, but we at least we should try. Okay, we will see you around next time. Bye bye and take care. See you soon. See you soon, it says. Take care.